Jane told me.
Recording in progress, but
Finish?
Oh, you know what? You know where I usually get the email? On my junk email. So I gotta look on my junk.
Yeah, and I think you need to send it to John.
Yeah, I definitely do.
So then he
definitely
can
do.
put
Okay,
everything on the website.
Okay. Not a problem.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Wow, so let me just see how this looks. So what are you guys seeing? How are you guys seeing your online people? You're seeing me with a lot of light behind me? Am I right?
Yep.
Yes.
Like I look like I'm somehow in the heavenly gates kind of thing? Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, if it was lower, yes.
It's like
Right.
Billy Graham.
Right. Right. Okay, Raj, is this right? Are we doing okay with this? How's the sound?
The sound is excellent, actually. It's not.
Yeah, because I
echoing as
took
well.
it off the actual something canceling speakers and I just put it on the regular mic sound and it picks up everything much better. There's no echo.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
we can
Yep.
hear you perfectly.
How does it sound in Paris?
Paris,
Paris is great, yeah.
good,
Paris, we hear you well.
good.
Thank you,
Glad
Michael.
you're still
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah. Here in the moon, we're hearing you too. Perfect.
Michael, I responded to your email.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And I responded to your response.
Of course you did. Because you're Michael Feinberg.
And I didn't respond, but I totally agree with Michael.
I understand.
That's
You
new.
better.
We were saying how beautiful the service was last night. Then, of course, we watch it as a Shabbat morning service. That's the only thing we can do.
No, but it's so sweet, right? That Eden Knight, that beautiful young lady.
Oh, wow.
A beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Everything.
Oh,
She has
my God.
she had a gorgeous voice.
And Emma,
Emma,
Harmon. It was
Adorable.
great. It was in the garden. It was a packed house. It was great. It was
You weren't bad either, Jeffrey.
yeah, I'm just window dressing, Michael. You know that.
I
But
think
that
you're
means
a bit
it's not,
more
it's
than
not
that,
cold at all
Rabbi.
in New York, right? It's not cold in New York because we're all out there.
Say it again, Virginia.
It's not cold in New York because you are all out there.
Well, you know what? Today we can't be out there. It was 49 this morning
Whoa,
and rainy.
whoa.
Hey, there's John. Hey, John, how are you?
John,
Hey,
how are you?
John, how is the leg?
It's attached.
Is it that's wonderful?
Well,
John, what
How
did you have,
get
what
that
did you have
wrong? That's
done?
good.
No, he was looking for it. He found it.
I
John, what,
I had to wrestle with a stranger and it hurt my knee and I had to have it taken apart. So no, it's fine. Actually, my orthopedic guy would have been really good for Jacob. I don't think he would have limped afterwards. But, all good. Thank you for all your kind wishes.
oh, I'm glad that you're doing well, John.
Rabbi, I watched the game last night. It didn't make my leg feel better though.
No, you know what? They were not. Listen, it was lucky they went that far. Really
Yep.
was. I didn't think they would. So it was all chicken soup, whatever they did.
Yeah.
In a French newspaper, they say the Red Sox didn't make it.
They did not make it. They did not.
The Red
No.
Sox, yeah.
The
yeah.
blue sox.
Sadly, but it's okay. It's all right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna.
Oh my. So John, are you up and running? Running is not the right word, but I can at least say, I'm moving. No, actually, it went very well. It really, I don't recommend it unless you absolutely need it, but it's not a bad surgery to go through, at least in my experience.
What did you have? Did you have your knee replaced, John?
Yeah, my left knee's replaced. Now it matches the right.
Good, it's perfect.
Yep.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Exactly. Keep moving. That's the whole idea.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, but I'm hardly alone. There are an awful lot of people in there having choices.
Oh, yes.
It's a good business. Anyway.
Where did you have it done? HSS? Did you go to HSS?
No, Greenwich.
Ah, they're
Greenwich
good.
is a
I've been
wonderful,
told, yeah.
wonderful hospital. Wonderful
Yeah.
hospital.
Mhm.
They did very
Okay,
well.
well, just one day at a time, you know how it is.
Exactly. And I have a very good caregiver.
Recording in progress.
You got the best.
Yes. So I'm eating
Hope
well.
she's well compensated.
Oh, it's over 50 years, Simon. I think I do have some credibility. Some
Glad to
credit
hear it.
abroad. So,
Oh,
anyway,
he's got
everything's
good company over 50 years. Wonderful company.
Exactly.
You've always been very stimulating.
All right, Jeffrey, we all there.
Hey, yeah, Hineni.
Welcome, Harry.
Harry is there, so we can start the show.
Shabbat shalom. You lead, Jack.
But shalom, Harry.
Yeah, sure,
Hello, Mary.
sure.
Harry, this is your day, Harry.
Yeah. So what I want to know is why Harry has proprietary rights over Vayera.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Years of experience. That's what it is.
Yeah, experience. It's like in
Yes.
billiards. Practice.
He's gotten in depth with this, and look forward to hearing what he has to say today.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So
Deflect. So I hear that the French are really upset with the Americans because of the way they handled the Australian pursuit of submarines.
Oh, let's keep politics out of here.
Let's not
What
talk
is
about
this?
that.
We are more
Another-
people on the screen than
Another bad joke, French style.
there are more people online than there. I wouldn't see a lot of people. Maybe the camera doesn't show everyone.
Hi, Shayna.
Hello, Shayna.
People online.
I think that was Shayna's kitchen.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Shayna.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Michael. Hi, Seth. Hello, Rochelle. Glad you made it.
Good turnout.
Very good.
So it may be,
Somebody's
Yeah, I
got a
don't know.
television on.
oh, you know what's so funny?
No,
Yeah.
that's
it's
Jeffrey.
somebody asked me about 2 weeks ago.
I think we should just do our own.
Clearly, Harry.
If anybody has my book, Friedman's
you want to say the
Fables, I
Broca,
think
Harry?
Friedman's Fables as well. No, it's not, you know what?
What is
Literally,
Jeffrey doing?
I don't remember.
Jeffrey is getting undressed.
They asked for it. They asked for it.
Wow. Getting serious here.
All righty. You know what I'm gonna do though? Let me just do this. Let me, hi Karen.
Good morning.
Let me just do this, right? So don't I wanna see the participants and move them over here so I can see, if I do this, how do I do this? Wait a minute, remain calm, all of you, remain calm. No, I can do this. No, let's see. Oh, why won't it move? It's so crazy, okay. No. Yeah, you know what, it's not liking me. Yeah, but you know what though, for some reason. Oh, there it is, okay, thank you. There we go, okay, that'll work. Oh my goodness, all right, Elaine Chapnick's here, we can start. But Harry's not here, is Harry online?
Yeah, Harry's there.
I just want to make sure because this is an important portion to have Harry here for. Is Carol sharp?
I don't know anything about it, but we have opera tickets, so.
No, you know what? God bless you. You should go to the opera, but you know, I just want to make sure that you chime in with good chanting. Notice I do not have a Red Sox mug. It's my Patriots team mug because the Red Sox are dead to me. Simple as that. You know what? It's all good. It was great. It is a portion that we all know well. It is a preeminent portion. We have, now I'm just going to make this option for people here. I did it Thursday night and I checked with the powers that be. If you're talking, you can lower your mask if you feel comfortable. Is anybody here not fully vaccinated? Raise your hand. Thank you very much. Just proved my point. By the way, 78 people I count around the table, just to let you know. It's more than a million. I will tell you that's more than a million. Share with me in the blessing, and then I'm going to mute everybody. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. Amen. All right, I see Elizabeth's hand is raised. Do you have something to say already? No. Okay, just wanted to make sure. This is the preeminent portion. This is our High Holy Day portion. And because we are pouring Torah through the prism of a different focus, it's all about the journey home. And you'll see some things you never saw before. Because we think, as we know, it's a 3-day journey. He's going with his son to the mountain and the lads. He's gonna offer him up as an offering. There's all kinds, but somehow it bespeaks, be metaphoric, the journey home. If you're really a good reader of Torah, you'll see on my handout that in fact, I quote different things depending upon which week it is. So this week, I in fact have quoted, home is a concept, not a place. It is a state of mind where self-definition starts. Very important. Home is where we first learn to be separate ourselves, and it remains the place where reunion, if it ever were to occur, happens. Just keep that in mind as we keep going to understand how this is a journey home. We're going to read the text. We're going to read 1 through 18. We could read 19 too. We know what happens in 19, verse 19, but I'll remind you. And we'll see as we go, I think, things you never saw in the Akedah before. Lisa is ready to read. I feel it.
After these things, God tested Abraham, saying to him, Abraham, and he said, Here I am. God said, Take your son, your only one, the one you love, Isaac, and go forth to the land of Moriah. Offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains that I will show you. Abraham rose early, saddled his donkey, chopped wood for the burnt offering, took Isaac his son and his 2 lads, and set out for the place that God had spoken of to him. On the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place from afar. Abraham said to his servant lads, Stay here with the donkey. The lad and I will go yonder.
Yeah, sorry.
We will worship and return to you. Abraham then took the wood for the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. In his own hand, he held the firestone and the knife, and the 2 of them went on together.
A little more, go ahead.
Isaac then said to Abraham his father, Father, he answered, Here I am, my son. And Isaac said, Here is the firestone and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham replied, God will see to the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. And the 2 of them went on together.
Right. Remember, as we are taught reading Torah, there are certain key phrases that repeat. If something repeats in Torah, it means it's trying to send us a message. So you hear the words that are code words that keep coming back. They mean things in different contexts, however. Go ahead, Arnie, pick it up. Then they came to the place.
Then they came to the place that God had shown him. There Abraham built the altar.
Very difficult to hear.
His son and laid him on the altar, on the wood. Abraham now reached out and took the knife to slay his son. But out of heaven, an angel of the Eternal called him, saying, Abraham, Abraham.
By the way, he probably called Abraham, Abraham. Right, that's what he probably said. Go ahead.
He replied, Here I am. The angel then said, Do not lay your hand on the lad. Do nothing to him. But now I know that you are the one who fears God, as you did not withhold your son, the only one, from me. Abraham lifted his eyes and now could see a ram after it was caught by thorns in a thicket. Abraham went and took the ram and offered it in a burnt offering in place of his son. Abraham named the place
Yireh, Adonai Yireh.
To this day, people say, on the mount of the eternal God will be seen. Then out of heaven, an angel of the eternal called in Abraham a second time, saying, by myself I swear, say the eternal Lord, that because you did this thing and did not withhold your son, your only one, I will bless you greatly and make your descendants as numerous as the stars.
That should be stars, right? Just said this typing. It's okay.
Of the heaven and the sands of the seashore. Your descendants shall take possession of the gates of their foes. And through your descendants, the nations of the earth shall be blessed because you are hearkening to my voice.
Of course, right. So the next line, which you just should note, is Abraham then returned to his servants, and they departed together for Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in Beersheba. All right, right. So I'm going to allow a question. I'm going to allow only one question, but then I'm going to frame the coaching. Go ahead, Liz.
Oh, no, it's not a question. That
Oh.
Impossible to hear.
Say it again, Jack.
The answers are very difficult to hear.
The answers are difficult to hear. You mean everybody else? So I can do this. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna try this. Unmute. Wait a second. Remain calm. So now you're gonna be able to hear everybody else, but you're gonna say it's echoing.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So you Jews, stop fetching to me. All right. Okay.
Right.
So hold on one second. So a comment, you know what, before anybody comments, right, I'm going to frame the Koshi. And this is not, now why is it hard to read this text? Because we have 30, 40, 50 years of hearing it and having preconceived notions and understandings. They're not wrong, they're great. But somehow the question becomes, how is Abraham's leaving home on this journey a coming home? What does Abraham's response teach us? Of course, about our relationship, our covenant with God, and maybe how does Isaac, could be Abraham too, help us find our way home? Home is in quotes. Now I'll let comments happen.
I was just going to say, this is probably obvious, but I just never noticed it before, and it seems very meaningful that Abraham is answering Hineni to God, then to Isaac, and then to the angel.
Right, so Lisa is attuned to the Hebrew. Abraham says Hineni at three different moments. Hineni, Beni, here I am, my son. Hineni to the angel, when the angel has to call him twice. And Hineni to God, when God affirms or rewards his faith. Okay? Interesting. I got Elizabeth, then Michael. Just got to unmute, guys.
Yes. God wants to test Abraham. How was the relationship before? And why does God need to test Abraham rather than the other way around?
I think a fair question in all of this is, there's a lot of sub-coaches here. Who's being tested? And why the test? To what end, right? To what end? Is it a test that allows you to go home? Maybe. I got Michael, then I got Zev, then I got Bob Calder.
Yeah, I just I noted that here the verb of seeing, this is the portion Vayera, appeared or was seen, and that this is the place of seeing. So like this is about perception of God. The other thing is, of course, God keeps, one moment it's God speaking and then it's the angel, but the angel actually says me. So the angel is really there, the most clearest demonstration that the angel is actually one of the mouths of God. The other thing I wanted to say is I hadn't noticed before, but is that when Abraham takes the knife to slay his son, he hasn't been told to do that. He is anticipating what he thinks he's there for. but he hasn't been told, take your son to the lay there and slay him. He's just, this is maybe implicit, but it hasn't been said explicitly. Or has it?
Alehu Sham Li'olah. Bring him up there like an offering. What does that mean? Abraham's interpreting. But don't miss your first point, Michael, which is home the place where we see or are seen, or clearly see, or where God sees? Zed, then Bob Coulter, then Susan Chevrah.
So I'm going to answer your question directly in terms of how he feels when he leaves, how he feels when he returns. I think when he leaves, he's very anxious. And he's a liar. He's an anxious liar. He's fearful. That's what his state of mind is when he leaves. When he comes back, he's certainly at peace with himself. He's relieved. He didn't have to do what he thought he would have to do. So that's really how he feels when he goes and when he comes back.
Very important. I love that. I love that. Very insightful, very important. Right, Bob Coulter?
You know, Harold Bloom said that the J writer could have been someone like Kafka.
Yeah.
And this story really shows it. And
right.
Here, you know, Abraham is praised for his obedience to God. And if God had said, go up on Mount Moriah and enjoy the view and have a picnic with your son Isaac, and when he was there said, all right, now kill him, Abraham would have done that, and that would have been just as satisfactory, you know, from God's point of view. And God isn't just because he's ready, because he's just by definition. And that is so profoundly disquieting to everyone for good reason. And I think this story is the Torah at its literary best.
It's Torah at its literary best. And of course, Bob Coulter said even Kafka-esque. Even Kafka-esque. Right? So I know I have Susan Chevrah, then I'm gonna do 2 comments that were just sent to me online. Susan.
Okay, so we're talking about a journey, but we keep forgetting that Isaac is on a journey, that he is going through a tremendous emotional journey, that his father, he hears his father saying, here I am for you, but he doesn't see it. So there's another one who isn't seen, isn't heard, isn't cared for, and is being abandoned on his life journey.
Very wise. Yeah, so maybe home is where we are seen, right? Where we feel seen, in a way. My cousin Judy said maybe home is the place where you respond hineni, right? Where you can say, I am here. So it isn't a place, it's a state of mind, a state of soul. And Raj, what did you mean by your comment? I didn't read the whole thing.
So Rabbi, in the verse 4 and 13, Abraham lifted his eyes. It like, you know, what is the lifted his eyes? It appears like, you know, maybe this was just a vision. But then in verse 3 and 4, he set out for the place. That place, is that Hamakom? Is that and that's what I was trying to basically get at.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, Steve Marcus intimates it's now Steve who says, is this righteousness a blind obedience? I don't think so. Why? Because of what Raji just said. Vayisa et einav vayar. He lifted his eyes and saw. And what does he see? What is he looking for? He's looking for, if I had a board, boy, if I only had a blackboard. I think I can arrange that next time. I would write Hamakom. Because Hamakom is a rabbinic name for God. So he's looking for God. God's name is the place. Arnie.
I don't think any of us would have passed this test. I think in order to go home, to do what Abraham thought he had to do, is such a burden that I think that takes you further away from home. And every time I read this, I come back to the same issue. Why would God want us to sacrifice our children to bring us closer to home? Is there anybody in this room who would pass that test? I don't think so.
Right. Of course, Arnie's making an operative assumption. right? By the way, when you talk, speak as loud as you possibly can, so it disturbs Tom Landau. Right? So I would say this. We are making the operative assumption that Arnie just made, that in fact, it's a test of Abraham. And that Abraham didn't pass, or did pass. But who the hell wants to take a test like this, right? I got Harry, then Steve, then Virginia and Jane, and then we're gonna go to the rest.
So I guess I should comment on this. So seeing Elizabeth here reminds me the first time that I really encountered this as an adult was in a chavurah that I was a member of and Elizabeth was a member of, and it may have been at Elizabeth's house, one Rosh Hashanah that we read this, and nobody could understand it. And after all these years, I still don't understand it, but a few more questions from the text. So first of all, I think this is ritual slaughter. That's what they were setting out to do. I see it with, raising the knife. But on a textual read, a couple of things struck me that I hadn't much thought about before. The second time the angel comes, the angel just speaks and Abraham doesn't respond, actually. There's no hineni there. And it struck me this time as sort of odd because the hineni is one of the refrains that goes through it. So that struck me. The second thing was going together. So Isaac and Abraham go together. They walk together, but at the end, of course, that same phrase is repeated, but he's going with his boys, but as we know, not with Isaac. And that struck me this time. The third thing is, I'm not sure what this has to do with coming home, Jeffrey. So I'm interested to hear because they don't go home. We don't know where Isaac goes. Abraham and his boys go to Beersheba in that last portion. They're going someplace else. We understand
Harry's home metaphorically, right? And we say home is a concept, not a place.
Yeah. Well, the concept of
definition starts.
Exactly where this journey is going and what's going to be required on the next step, I think, of any of these actors in this play, including God or Abraham or Isaac or Sarah, I think is maybe yet to come.
Yep. Steve. So just talk as loud as you can.
So I just want to go to 13, where Abraham lifted his eyes and he saw a ram.
Yeah.
And he basically slayed the ram and he said, well, this is home. This is the burnt offering. And so I'm wondering, just connecting this to finding home, is a sacrifice necessary to finding home? Because this is almost like a Baba Misa. But when I, 30-something years ago, we moved into our home, my parents said, oh no, these are the steps you have to take to make this home. It was almost like a joke. Like one of them was that we had to burn something on the stove because to smell the, I don't remember what it was. But I think... Very interesting. Yeah, as an old Yiddish custom, actually. Yeah, exactly. It came from, and I said, and they said, oh no, this is making you your home. Right. So I think I'm wondering if sacrifice, literally sacrifice, becomes part of...
Does the offering make it somehow home? Yeah, interesting. Bob Coulter, real quick.
You don't know what they're thinking when they go down from Mount Moriah.
Right.
You can easily reconstruct what you think Abraham must be thinking, but what's Isaac thinking? And then Sarah never talks to him again.
Yeah, so we don't know what they're thinking, right? So connecting to what Harry said, we don't know what they're thinking when they come down from Moriah, and how is it, if they did, that they experience home?
But he never talks to Sarah again either. This is like the end of well, maybe talk to Sarah and it's off the set.
Right, but it's the end of what we know as textually home. It's the end of it. Home is broken at this moment. Right? I gotta go Virginia, then Jane, then Ellis, and I really gotta go to the text.
Yeah, can you hear me well now? Because I also changed my settings. I was just going to continue what Zev was saying. And to me, verses 7 and 8 are the most tragic verses because he leaves a liar. And this is the height of the lie, because the boy knows that's not an innocent question. Where's the firestone and the wood? The boy intuits that there's something happening. And then still Abraham has to lie again, because he knows he has to carry out this terrible order. And then he says, God will see to the lamb. And to me, this is where that relationship breaks in a way.
But I would say, is this a lie, or is it a statement of one of absolute faith? Jane.
Yeah.
I'm curious about one thing. The promise that God makes at the end of the Parsha is very, very interesting to me, particularly the last sentence, because it says, and through your descendants, the nations of the earth shall be blessed. And I was thinking about that, and I thought that's a very general promise. But in a sense, if you look at what's been going on since this happened in the centuries, the millennia that followed, almost everything that has happened so many great things that have happened in the world has been because the Jewish people, or some Jewish people, have managed to make it happen.
I would say that's not egocentric at all, so don't worry about it. But right, I would say, why is it repeated? It's a textual circle. It comes from Genesis 12, right? And through you, through you, all the families of the earth will be blessed. That's why it said, has nothing to do with Jewish futuristic, understanding of history. Nothing, right? But somehow finding home brings blessing. Ellis, then I gotta go to the text. I'm gonna do Clarence quickly if I can, because I'm there.
I look at this as kind of like you have two, what I call a double-double, in the sense that you have sacrifice as a central part of the evolution of the community. Up to that point is being transferred gradually from human to animal, because the eradication of it completely would be chaotic. You have the exact same thing happening with God, in the sense that the desire for the worshiping of kings and pharaohs in the real world transfers to the ethereal. So we rely on the ethereal God, and this is a point where that begins to move as well to a kind of an internal, we can do this, that it's not that we don't need God, it's just we don't need God.
We don't need God enough to sacrifice what we have here in order to have God. So it's the ethereal. I love what Ella said. It is a different relationship with God. Is that home? Clarence, last quick talk.
So Isaac asks his father a question, and that reminded me of God asking Cain, where's your brother? So, but Cain had already killed his brother and then lied.
Yeah.
Abraham hasn't yet killed Isaac.
Right.
And hasn't really lied.
Yeah. So I love the textual parallel, Clarence. I think that is so, never thought of it. And the question will become, on this journey home, or to Hamakom, somehow, what does Abraham's response mean for himself, his own understanding of God, and his relationship with his son? We're going to go to the Remez, and I'm going to try to go through the Remez most directly in order to be able to get to a time in the Drash show where we can talk. That doesn't mean if you have questions, you shouldn't ask questions, but they should be pointed and focused on our core questions of heading home, leaving home, heading home, through the test, connection with God as home, and Isaac helping us find our way home. And you'll notice that I'm choosing very pointed textual commentaries. After these things, God put Abraham to the test, saying, Abraham. And what does Abraham respond? Hine. Of course. The Eitz Chaim, which is really Rabbi Harold Kushner, Lynn says,
the only word Abraham utters to God during the entire episode, responding with a readiness to listen and serve. Abraham responds to Isaac with the very same Hineni, prompting the comment. He was as responsive to the voice of his child as he was to the voice of God.
Right. I find this curious. Why? Why is this curious? Because so what does Hineni mean? I'm here. But it really means I'm here and ready to respond, to do your bidding. But in the same way, if you get a call and you or a kid in class, how's that? A kid in class, you're taking attendance as a teacher. We know you can say, I'm here, or you can say, present. So how is he here? In what way? Clarence.
Maybe this is getting to an understanding, perhaps, that as Chaim has, that Isaac is a manifestation of God in Abraham's perception, because he is so supernatural. He should never have existed.
Yeah. Did everybody hear what Clarence just said? It really is very dry showed, but I'm going to say it again anyway. That in responding to Isaac, Isaac is in a way a manifestation of God and God's presence because he never should have existed.
And it plays on the first comment or observation that Isaac, by asking the question that he did, almost by transposing him to the Cain and God scenario, does take the position of God asking a question. Yeah. Again, we will get back to it, but I love that the base or the very, very esoteric and soul-like comment.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm thinking about Isaac and Abraham Hanani and going home for Isaac. Dying is a going home.
Yes, you could say that in a way. We're going to get there, and that is an aspect, I think, there's no question, there's an aspect of the idea. Wayne told me he couldn't be here today. Why? Because he is attending a homegoing of a pastor who lost his wife to COVID. In the Pentecostal church, they call funerals homegoings. So there's something to it. I'm not sure that conveys the full impact. I want to read the commentaries on verse 2 and 4 before I call on Harry and Zeb or anybody else. So again, I'm really framing this comment and the interpretation. So what does God say? Kachna et bincha et yechidcha asher ahavta et yitzchak. Right? That's the Hebrew. So why didn't God just say, hey, take Isaac? Well, because this is Kafkaesque. This is dramatic, really fine tone, fine-tooth writing. Give us the Rashi, Bob Paul.
Your only son, but I have two. Your favored one, but they're both favored by me. The one you love, but I love them both. Isaac, the Holy One, was easing into it to minimize Abraham's shock.
So God was trying to be gentle in dropping the bad news. Or in even asking Abraham to go on this journey, which seems far from home. Right? I think Harry's right in a physical and even, right? This is not a journey home. This is a journey to someplace we don't know. By the way, what was Abraham's first test? Lech lecha me'artzecha el haaretz asher arecha. The land I will show you. Does Abraham know that place? No. Does Abraham know this place? No. Abraham is called in his life to go to a place he can't see or envision.
Does getting circumcised constitute a test?
Say again?
Does getting circumcised constitute a test?
Getting circumcised constitute a test. You know, if you ask an 8-day-old, I would say yes. But I think, you know what, interestingly, that is not one of the tests. It's not counted as one of the tests. That's a blood brothers covenant. So we have this set up, right? And then we get, I think, a key line because it plays into Michael Feinberg's comment. This is a place, home is a place of vision, or we are seeing. And Susan's comment that, you know, Isaac perhaps wasn't seen. So how do we understand the key verse, on the third day, as Raj said, Vayisa enav vayar et hamakom merachok. He lifted his eyes and saw the place from afar. All right? We'll give you sort of a key shot commentary, and then I'm going to give you a deeper commentary. Dave, give us the Rashi.
You want Rashi first?
Yeah.
Why did God delay and not tell Abraham immediately where the place was? So that people would not say, if Abraham had a chance to think about it, he never would have done it.
Right? So maybe he didn't want to tell him where he was going, because Abraham never would have gone there. Right? He would have said, you know what? I know a good bowling alley in Poughkeepsie. Let's just go there, we'll bowl. Right? No, he's going to that impossible place. So now I'm going to have Dave give me one more. Give me the Zohar. Remember, this is now in quotes, Vayar et hamakom merachok. He saw the place from afar. Dave.
The place is that of Jacob's ladder vision. He came upon a place, fully aware of the divine promise that his posterity would bear his name. Though incapable of comprehending the sequence of events unfolding, Abraham nonetheless believed the divine words. Thus he lifted his eyes to the third generation and saw Jacob afar.
Right, so this is so drashy, but I can't resist, because it's the only place I can share with you. The Zohar is the 13th century book of Jewish mysticism, attributed to Shimon Bar Yochai in the 2nd century. Right, so what is this seeing? It's a futuristic spiritual affirmation that the generations will continue. What does it say in Genesis 28, verse 10? No, it's verse 11. In the latter vision, Vayikga b'makom vayalen sham. And he came upon a place and rested there. And of course, the rabbis read, he came upon God's presence. That's hamakom. That's the same thing they're intuiting here, because they're using the keyword place. However, as much as it can be positive, it can also be negative. Steve Shapiro, the Bereshit rabbi.
He saw the place from afar. The place is the presence of God on the mountain. He asked Isaac, "Do you see what I see?" And Isaac said, "Yes." He asked the lads, "Do you see what I see?" They said, "We see nothing." Abraham knew they had already ascended.
Is the place, the home they're going to, not physical in the least? Is it an apprehension? Excuse me, is it an understanding? Apprehension you could say too, but is it a comprehension? Is it a core shared understanding of God's place? Maybe. One little other tagline, Steve, just give us the Eitz Chaim, which is Rabbi Harold Kusher, which I think is so on target.
The place from afar. He saw that the presence of God was far off.
So in other words, he sees Hamakom, the place, but he realizes Hamakom, he's quoting the Midrash, by the way, Tadchuma. He sees that God ain't there. Michael Feinberg, then Zeb, then Harold.
Yeah, the two comments of Etz Chaim together are very interesting, because he says the Hineni shows that he is as responsive to his son as he is to God. And yet, actually, he seems to be more responsive to God, because he's doing what God says. If he listened to the sound of his son's heart, then he wouldn't be doing what he's doing. He's responding more to God. And then Etz Chaim says, but actually, God is far off. He is responding to God who isn't actually present in the way he should be. He's distant, whereas he's responding to his son in the same way, apparently, but actually to a closer presence, but still without acting on it.
And if you take your comment and Clarence's comment, his response to his son can indeed be a response to God, to Hamakom, where God dwells. Zen.
So I'm going back to the first verse, okay? And there's some words in the first verse that nobody commented on. And it struck me for the first time. And the words are, God put Abraham to the test. There's a narrating here, right? Somebody is narrating this story. The minute that the narrator says that, we know the end because we know it's a test. Abraham doesn't know. We know something that Abraham doesn't know. And it also takes the God off the hook. Because if you take those words out and you read the story without knowing it's a test, you'll say, oh my God, what is God doing? But he gives it away. They couldn't tell the story without taking God off the hook in the beginning. But Abraham remains ignorant.
And of course, what do the rabbis say? They say the 3 words before the ones you said, the 4 words, are the ones we have to think about. Yes, it's a test, but Vayehi achar hadavarim ha'eleh, and it happened after these things or words? What do you mean? That's like a midrashic invitation. Come write a midrash on me. And of course, what's the famous midrash? Yeah. That God says to Satan, one of the archangels, this guy's so faithful to me, I can do anything. And Satan says, oh yeah? Have him offer up his son as a sacrifice. And God said, all right, you want to bet $10 on this? He'll do it. That's the midrash.
Jeffrey?
Yes, Jack.
I see maybe another interpretation here, especially with I would say, why don't we accept the fact that Isaac plays the game? He knows exactly what's going on because he says at one point, yes, I see, and the other ones don't. So if he plays the game and the father he's probably smarter than the father here, knowing what's going on with the anxiety of the father, he knows what's going to go on, and he plays the game knowing that everything is going to work out. So he is the one that really is maybe not representing God here, but is more clairvoyant than his father.
I want to, first of all, I love that comment, Jack, and I want to just keep the question on the side burner. So, what does Isaac know, and what is Isaac seeing help us see? I love that question, right? Harry, I don't know if you still want to comment.
Sure. There's a lot going on in all these commentaries. So, a couple of reactions to the Eitz Chaim about the Hineni, and it goes into something you said, Jeffrey. Obviously, the Eitz Chaim never had to sing this because the question as you're singing it is, how do you vocalize the Hineni? And they're 2 different Hinenis in 2 different relationships. In Japanese, when you talk to someone who's inferior, you talk in a certain way, and when you talk to someone who's superior, you talk in a different way. And that's embedded in the language. But I think the vocalization of the Hineni, as I've always thought about it, is very different. And I don't think there's an equivalence between how Abraham talks to Isaac and how Abraham talks to the angel, at least the first time when Abraham does talk to the angel. So that's one question. One reaction to the Zohar. I'm really glad to see that, because as a grandfather, I always approach this. Well, I've approached this differently as I've become a grandfather. And I'm glad to see that Abraham was thinking ahead. Yes, I would have grandchildren.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the old joke is if Abraham had, if Isaac had been his grandson, Abraham would have said, "Screw you," to God. And would never have done this. So I like the Zohar. The third thing is this the test? Does the narrator convey the end of the test? That, as Zev suggested. And I'm a little of mixed minds to this, because I think as a drama, if it's really clear how this is going to come out, nobody's going to pay attention to this story.
I think it does in part what Zev said, which is gets God in a way off the hook, that we don't just say, what the hell? What is
well, it? All the commentaries are trying to get everybody off the hook, including Abraham. And it's all of that's too easy to me. I think it remains a puzzle if we don't do that and don't make it a setup. And I think the drama of it, it's still unclear at the beginning how it's going to unfold, or else, you know, it would have no dramatic punch as it's had.
Yeah, the drama has to be there, and it still is. Elaine, quick comment, then we got to go to verse 8.
It occurred to me that it always bothered me that Isaac was complicit. So he was an older kid. I mean, he was not a baby. He could have resisted and run away. And so it seems to me that when the answer was, God will provide the sacrifice, in a way, he was also a Hunani, in the sense that he got it, that his faith was there as well, that he was convinced somehow that even though he was bound up and all that, God was going to do something and make sure that it wasn't he that was.
Right. It's right. So again, so this is a very questioning moment, and a moment where we have to come, right? What did they see, each of them? Right? So what? Look at verse 8. Abraham responded, right? Adonai yireh lo haseh b'ni v'yilchu shnehem yachdav, right? God will see the offering, my son. So this is a key moment. So Elohim yireh lo. What does the Rashi say? Again, the classic, Toby.
Okay. Elohim yireh lo haseh la'olam b'nei. God will see it and select it himself. And if there is no lamb, the olam is my son. And even though Isaac understood what his father meant, Vayehu Shnehem Yachdav, they walked together in common spirit.
So the classic commentary that Rashi quotes based on the Midrash is, they had such faith, Abraham and Isaac, right? As Harry may intimate, that they knew God was going to take care of this. Except, right, if you just, as Norman Cohen taught us, right, Adonai yireh lo haseh b'ni, God will see to the offering, it's you, my son. So what is Abraham saying? It is ambiguous and challenging. The Ralbag, Gersonides, 13th century philosopher, says, no. It was a prayer. May God see to the sheep for an offering, my son, and they walk together. Abraham is saying to his son, it's not really divulging. So, is he still, in fact, Virginia, right, and Zevi, still lying? Maybe. Is he still deluding his son and himself? Or is his faith so ultimate? Now I have to go to this because, right, where does this happen? Wait 1 second. God will see to the offering, my son. And they came to the place. Abraham built the altar, right? Abraham now reached out and took the knife to slay his son. Let me just see the Hebrew there. Vayishlach Abraham et yado, vayikach et hama'achelet, right? He took the knife in his hand. And the word is, by the way, lishchot et beno, to sacrifice his son. You know what? Seth Tupperberg has a great question, which I will try to work in at the very end, and I will. I hope. How is it possible? Isaac is complicit, maybe, as Jack said, right? Isaac is knowing, right? As Elaine just said, and maybe Isaac is somehow a representation of the holiness of the moment. And yet, what's Abraham doing? Kierkegaard, of course, the great 20th century philosopher who wrote extensively about this, in fact, a whole book about the faith of Abraham, has a great midrash, modern midrash. Right? Who wants to read this one? Tom, you ready to read this for me?
Here we go.
Nice and loud. For a moment,
Abraham turned away, but then Isaac saw Abraham's face again. It had changed. His gaze was wild, but his whole being shook terror. He seized the son, Isaac, by the chest, threw him on the ground, and said, "Stupid boy, do you think I am your father? I'm an idolater. Do you think that this is really God's command? No, it is my desire." Then Isaac trembled and cried out in utter anguish, "God, have mercy, God of Abraham, please. I have no father on earth
Ay, ay, ay.
Right? What is Kierkegaard trying to do? What's he trying to do with this very like crazy midrash? But I couldn't resist because I think it relates.
Traumatized.
Is what, is he traumatized? He's trying to traumatize him, but that's not his ultimate aim.
He's pushing the blame from himself back to God.
Okay.
Because now Isaac sees not his father, but God as the person who's going to intervene.
Okay.
And he believes, therefore, Isaac believes in God, and not that the strength that's going on here is his father's.
Okay. I think he's doing something close to that, but not exactly.
You know, no matter how you twist that story, I'm left with two things that jump out. One is the Hanani, and the other is going home. Your comment about being enthusiastic, approaching God, not apathetic, that rings out. How could you be enthusiastic with doing what Abraham is doing and say, you know, this is going to take me to a better place? Or maybe he was brain dead, not thinking at all.
Right, but don't miss this commentary, right? I agree with you. But the commentary, the Kierkegaard commentary is very telling, right? What's it saying? Someone want to answer my question?
He wants, that is more important for him, for Isaac to believe in God.
He doesn't want Isaac to lose Hamakom. Because if you lose Hamakom, you lose home. So he's sacrificing himself and his relationship with his son to maintain God's connection on behalf of his son. So he won't think, God forbid, that God actually commanded all this. Oh my God.
How can you buy that?
Well, I don't buy it, I just love it.
It's painful just thinking about it.
I know it is.
None of us would do that.
Because the father is put, as Ella said, in a double bind. He's supposed to sacrifice his future in order to commemorate his connection to God, who promised him that future? Are you kidding me? Seriously? I got so many people who want to talk. I'm going to go to the people here first. So if you come, you always get called on first. Anyway, so that's not true, by the way. So Bob Clarker, then Steve, then Ellis, Michael, and Elizabeth.
You alluded to Job earlier.
Yes.
And this story has a lot of parallels to Job.
Yeah.
You know, Job is much more elaborated. But I don't think we really learn, you know, after the voice from the whirlwind speaks, which is God, you know, saying basically, I'm inscrutable. And he tells the others, you know, Job, you were wrong.
Yes.
You don't really know what Job thinks of.
Yeah, not at all.
Restored, but you don't know, what's going on in it, and it's got a real
resonance
parallel with this.
Yeah, this is Jobian, and we really do not know what Job thinks after the whirlwind, nor do we know what Isaac or Abraham think after the mountain sacrifice, almost sacrifice. Steve.
So this might be a stretch, but isn't circumcision similar to sacrifice in a way, and committing yourself to God? And isn't that, it's basically you're committing,
It's a blood covenant.
And you're going through the ritual.
Right, so chapter 17, blood covenant, Abraham, it was my mouth here, I remember. Right? So there is a parallel, but this is different. You're not just doing, listen, it's going to be a little penis prick, you're not going to feel it, your nerve endings aren't even that developed, don't worry about it. This is big. This is big. I got Ellis, I got Michael, I got Elizabeth, then I got to go to the text.
Yeah, I was going to say that, the belief in God, the persistent belief in God, is certainly on the Christian side of the ledger, always a byproduct of fear and pressure. It's one of the things I know that swirls around in the Catholic community about the boost of people's attendance to church after 9/11. Whenever your life is put on the line, there is a belief that you will, that what pushes you closer to God. I don't know that I believe that, but that is certainly a belief. And there's certainly a lot of physical evidence to that fact.
Sure. And the parallels here. There's no question else. No question. Of course, is that the reason? Should that be the prime motivation? Fear for your life? Have some more faith. Is that the equation? I don't know that we're going to address it directly. Michael, then Elizabeth.
Yeah, I think what Kierkegaard is saying here is what he says in a lot of his writings. It is, that the most important thing always is faith. It doesn't matter. I mean, whatever you can do to get faith, that's what you must do. He talks about the leap of faith. And here you spin a tale, you spin a yarn, the main being that whatever the circumstances, faith trumps all. And somehow we have, above all, whatever we live, whatever the experience, as long as you can have faith, then somehow you're going to win out. You're going to win out. This is a hard message sometimes to accept. And this is why many of us find the Akeda story a very hard story to take as well. Because Kierkegaard wants, and all most of the commentators, to find a way somehow of this serving to consolidate our faith.
But what he's doing,
Beautifully, beautifully.
excuse me, he is, in fact, he is sacrificing his son's faith in him to foster his son's faith in God. Right? Is that home? Is that Hamakom? I got 30 seconds for Elizabeth, then I got to move on. I'm going to cut out some time.
Yeah, unmute. Did I unmute?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're supposed to, I mean, it's back to the test. If God asks you to do the most horrible, crazy thing imaginable, you're still supposed to do it because you're supposed to believe. And is faith really, I mean, you know, you're supposed to have faith in God because there's this bargain, there's this test that God will reward you in all these other ways that he says later on, but you don't know those ways. Abraham doesn't know the ways of the reward until after he, quote unquote, passes the test. I mean, what kind of a God is this? This is crazy. You know, every way you look at it, is home so is this the heart of the covenant? And so home is the covenant itself in a way. You know.
I think your questioning is crucial because my question was and remains, so how does this whole thing help us find a Hamakom or our way home? Put both of those together, keep them on the front burner. I'm going to just myself look with you at verse 11, right? As Harry chants so beautifully, right? Then an angel of Adonai called to him, and Harry chants the first word and speaks the second word, right? Right? Abraham, and Abraham answers, Hineni. Same code word, different impact. Rashi says that the angel repeats the name affectionately. The Chizkuni, a century after Rashi says, he calls Abraham's name urgently. This is, I don't think, an affectionate call. It is an absolute urgent call. Why? Because Abraham is consumed. It is a picture of faith we should not replicate. Or it shows us what can happen when you get lost in faith. Is this what God is calling us to do? As Norman teaches us, so an angel booms forth one more time, Abraham! At that moment, Abraham the father was finally awakened to the reality of what he was about to do and responded as he said to God, Hineni. As if recognizing for the first time, oh my God, what did I almost do? That is a very different Hineni than we maybe would take otherwise. And what does the Tanhuma say? Right? The Tanhuma puts the Abraham back in that ultimate faith Abraham. Judy, give us the Tanhuma real quick.
Abraham replied, "And who are you? I am an angel." And Abraham said, "The order to sacrifice my son was given by God. If he wants me to stop, let him tell me himself."
Abraham wants to hear it, according to medieval Jewish tradition, from God himself.
But he winds up sacrificing his family relationships to get to this faith and
Yeah, so why would you say that? He comes home, his wife's dead, he never sees or talks to his son again. Gee, that sounds like a lovely home. Right? Yeah. So again, we're asking the key question. you see where the text come down, right? Who wants to be a reader for me for a second? Andy Stridler, you want to read a little? Can you unmute? Andy, can you unmute? That's the question. No? No, you're still muted, Andy. You're doing something. You have a space bar? Press the space bar. No, I love you, Andy. You're not reading for me. I don't know what's going on. Right?
Okay, Rabbi, I'm unmuted.
There you go. That was good. That was very good.
I did it.
All right. So look at the Abarvanel. What Abarvanel says? Kesachis Kuni again will say, I want everybody to see. What does it mean on the mountain of the Lord there is vision? Everybody should see that I did as God commanded. The Abarvanel, right? 14th century Spain will say something a little different. Read the Abarvanel, Andy.
All right. The Abravanel, the Hebrew means not that he named, but that he called the place. He prayed that everyone would realize his intention to offer up his son was made null and void, and God's vision will prevail.
Why is this a very important comment? What's the Abarvanel saying?
But by myself I swear, because you did this thing and did not withhold your son.
Andy! Stop! Why did Abarvanel's comment help us understand, in part, something we may not have understood? When it says in the Hebrew, in verse 14, Vayikra Abraham Shema Makom Hahu Adonai Yireh. I'm going to translate this in a way you're not going to, the text does not. In Abraham called the name of God Adonai Yireh, or the name of Hamakom, that is home, Adonai Yireh. God has vision. And then the Abarvanel says, what is God's vision? To make null and void the inane sacrifice of our future and our children. That is not how we approach God. God's vision will prevail. God's vision is not that we offer up our children, which could have been a practice of the day.
So, Rabbi, would you say that this was more in the nature of a lesson than a test?
I think it was a polemic in a part, but I think it was still a test. And test doesn't mean if I get a 90, do I really get an A? That is not necessarily it. Right, I got questions there and questions here. I'm gonna go Bob, and then Clarence, and then we're gonna go to the Drosh.
We live at a time when ritual human sacrifice is not practiced. The only human sacrifices we have now are like suicide bombers. But in these days, when this was written, human sacrifice was widely practiced. And when, the colonizers came to America, the Aztecs were practicing human sacrifice.
Yeah.
What did the people in those societies, how did they feel about human sacrifice?
Right, so it could be, as Bob is intimating, and as Ellis also responded to, this is a whole different level of relationship to God. This is establishing that, remember, the valley of Hinnom, Gai Hinnom? Why was it called the valley of hell? Because the Canaanites sacrificed their children there. So this is saying we're not doing that anymore. That's not how we get close to God. I got Clarence and I got to go to the Drosh.
I'm honing in on Giamatti, what you first said about
Yeah.
the concept, the state of mind where self-definition starts.
Yeah.
And I go to verse 14.
Yeah.
So after this amazing experience that Abraham is part of, he names a place. Abraham makes an action. So to me, that is a part of self-definition.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, so what is Abraham doing by, this is an excellent comment. What is Abraham doing by naming the place Adonai Yireh? Abraham says, despite what I see with my human eyes, and despite, and this connects to Ellis's comment as well, despite thinking that my connection to God is motivated in my faith out of fear,
God has a greater vision. Now read the Sfas and again, we read this 6 years ago. It's worth reading again. If we're reading it with new eyes. Think Hamakom, God is home. All right? I'm going to get somebody online to read. Who wants to read online? Harry, would you do me the honor?
Sure. For now I know that you fear God, but was not Abraham's service out of love? And is not that higher than serving God out of fear? Why then should Torah attribute to Abraham the fear of God? Just this was Abraham's trial. He who had left his land and his birthplace, who'd thrown himself into the fiery furnace, would not have considered it a trial to offer up his son. Of course, a person like Abraham, one who serves out of love, would be drawn to follow God's will with his whole heart and every fiber of his being. But in this case, it really was not God's will that he slaughter Isaac at all. Abraham's heart, discerning this, felt not 1 ounce of love for God in connection with this act, since it was not God's will from the start. That was the trial. And that is why it says, he saw this place, Hamakom, from afar, meaning that he saw God, Hamakom, was far from him, since this command was not at all God's will. Now, after love had gone, all Abraham had left was fear.
Wow.
I'm going to continue. Yeah.
Right? So, just think about this. Which is why Abraham insisted God try him no further and prayed God will never again be far from him. In this act, if faith is motivated purely out of fear, it is not the faith God is seeking.
Yeah, but you know...
Jack, one sec. So why is this crucial? Because service of God must spring from love. That's what the foundation of covenant is. Is fear not a part of it? No, maybe awe is. Maybe deep reverence is, but not fear.
Yeah.
Right? Right, Jack?
First, I think that love and fear are sometimes cannot be distinguished. When you have the extremists of any religion, they, in the name of God or love or fear, commit crimes. And so that to me doesn't work. The other thing that I see is when Abraham lifts his arm with a knife in his hand, he is ready to do it. Does he do it out of fear, out of love? We don't know. It's very blurry here. And who stops him? And the angel. So there are two things I think that stop him. The angel and his son, who probably saw through the whole thing.
I love that. One of the things that we see in the Midrash, Jack, is that Abraham's tears fall into Isaac's eyes as he's lifting the knife, and which is why Isaac's eyes begin to go dim. But that somehow in this, Abraham, what's the test? The test is for Abraham to recognize this is not God's will at all, says the Midrash, and of course says the Gerah Rebbe, the Sfas Emes. Just the one line is all you need of Art Green, the wonderful theologian and teacher at Hebrew College in Brookline. He, having survived that trial, one in which he felt abandoned by a God of love, Abraham is given the strength to say no more. Never again should I or my children have to choose. In this Akedah, both man and God are tried, tested and refined, never to be the same again. This changes our relationship with God, it reframes covenant, and it helps us see a God of vision with a different vision, perhaps, in a different way. Lisa, and then I'm going to the soda.
Well, in some ways, the Hineni's Abraham wants to please everyone and be there for everyone, to be present for everyone. And maybe what it should be is he should be thinking more for himself and becoming himself.
Yeah, if you're trying to please everyone and be everything to all people, you're going to be nothing for everyone or nothing for anyone, and you're certainly not going to be there for yourself. So Abraham might lose himself out of this fear-compelled act of sacrifice. So here's our key. Who wants to read? I got Karen Ryder. Karen, you ready? Wiesel, in his wonderful book Messengers of God, does what nobody else does, because Wiesel is not talking from the point of view of a man of faith alone, but a survivor. So he understands God and coming home to Hamakom in a very different way, which I think underscores the nature of this test. That might help us. Karen, you ready?
A double-edged test. God subjected Abraham to it, yet at the same time, Abraham forced it on God. As if Abraham said, I defy you, Lord. I shall submit to your will. But let's see whether you will remain silent when the life of my son, who is also your son, is at stake. God changed his mind and relented. Abraham won. That was why God sent an angel to revoke the order. God himself was too embarrassed. Thus, I placed my trust in man's strength, Isaac's strength. God does not want man to come to him through resignation. Man must strive to reach God through knowledge and love. God loves man to be clear-sighted and outspoken, not blindly obsequious. He respected Job because he dared stand up to him. The time had come for the storyteller to confess that he always felt much closer to Isaac than to Abraham.
He's talking about himself, by the way. That Wiesel is the storyteller.
Isaac survived. He had no choice. He had to make something of his memories, his experience, in order to force us to hope. For our survival is linked to his. Abraham defied God. Isaac defied death.
You'll see that. What is Wiesel saying? Isaac is the survivor. Isaac is the one who bears witness. That is what it means to be a Jew. Right? And Wiesel would even say, Abraham somehow didn't quite pass the test. Or, I don't want to say more, but he questions Abraham's presence in this. He uplifts Isaac. Go ahead, Karen.
What did happen to Isaac after he left Mount Moriah? He became a poet, author of the Mincha service, and did not break with society, nor did he rebel against life. Logically, he should have aspired to wandering, to the pursuit of oblivion. Instead, he settled on his land, never to leave. He married, had children, refusing to let fate turn him into a bitter man. He felt neither hatred nor anger to his contemporaries who did not share his experience. On the contrary, he showed concern for their well-being. And it will be Isaac's privilege to remain Israel's defender. He will be entitled to say anything he likes to God, ask anything of him. Because he suffered? No. Suffering in Jewish tradition confers no privileges. It all depends on what one makes of that suffering. Isaac knew how to transform it into prayer and love rather than rancor and malediction. This is what gives him rights and powers no other man possesses. His reward? The temple was built on Moriah, not on Sinai.
Boom. Boom. Isaac is the one who makes us understand what it is to get close to Hamakom, code word home, capital H. Isaac brings us closer to God because he goes down the other side of the mountain, because he keeps going with his life, and because he makes of his harrowing survival a testament to love and family, right? In a way that, does Abraham? Maybe too, maybe. But he sees in Isaac, of course, Wiesel sees himself, right? I got Dave, and then I got Harry.
So how did Abraham defy God?
Oh, he's quoting the Midrash here.
Oh.
He's quoting the Midrash that would put in Abraham's mouth, I would do whatever God asked of me, even sacrifice my child. It doesn't say child, it says future, but he implies child. That's what he's doing. Yeah. I got Harry, I got Elizabeth.
So Wiesel is extraordinary. I didn't know this portion. Wiesel is Isaac. He is the one to whom all this happened.
Yes.
That's no wonder why he'd identify with Isaac. It's incredible. The second part is this playing out of acts and faith. There's a recent book long book about the sacrifice of Isaac, in which the author, this is a book by Aaron Kohler, takes Kierkegaard to task for stressing faith and says Jewish tradition is about acts more than faith. And, we can't really know what goes on in Abraham's head. We can't know what goes on in anyone's head. We judge it by what they do. And the story plays out on what they do. It really ties into what Wiesel writes, because, he looks at what Isaac does afterwards. He leaves out the part where Isaac redigs the wells of his father, but, he looks at what Isaac does, and I guess what he did, and what the generation that, that went through the Holocaust and came out on the other side.
Beautiful, Harry, you're so on target, I think, and having known Wiesel Shalom so well, he does see Isaac as, in his own line of continuation. So he understands that you find Hamakom, a place that is God, that is holy in this world, when you defy the sacrifice, when you refuse to lose your faith, when you find a way to rebuild on the ruins of destruction where it seems God was absent or not fully present. Right? I love his last line, of course, 2 lines. It all depends on what one makes of that suffering. This is what gives him rights and powers no other man possesses. His reward, the temple was built on Moriah. That's the place of the sacrifice, not Sinai. And now watch what Rabbi Larry Kushner does, just to throw us a curveball we can't hit.
Okay.
On 2 separate occasions.
Rabbi.
Oh, well, Elizabeth, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just why doesn't
What happened to her?
I'm not hearing you, Elizabeth. Why doesn't?
Elizabeth, you're muted.
Okay. You got me now? Okay.
Yes.
Why is Isaac portrayed as so utterly passive? Why does anything, any mention or question of Isaac saying, wait, what are you doing? Why is that not there?
Right. So, yeah, and by the way, there's a lot of midrashim that go into Isaac, and one of the names for God is Pachad, in a rabbinic mode, Pachad Yitzchak, the fear of Isaac. However, as you can see, modern Hasidic commentaries and rabbis say the fear of Isaac is not God. Here's Kushner, just to give you the curveball you can't hit. After you see what he said about Moriah, what Wiesel said about Moriah, on 2 separate occasions, the text says of Abraham and Isaac, Vayilchu shnehem yachdav, and they both of them walked together. But after whatever it was that happened up there on that peak, we read only, and Abraham returned to his servants. Isaac, we must assume, went down the other side alone. The name of the mountain, Moriah, means awful. Tradition claims it will be the site of the temple, the center of the world. Sinai, where the Torah is given, is ownerless and unknown. The holiest place to Jews is the scene of a near sacrifice. The temple is built where the older generation almost kills the younger, but forbears at the last possible moment. Only a 3 days journey from home. If you raise your eyes, you can still see it off in the distance. I'm smiling, as Cantor Graham used to say, Erlach mit kalta tzena. I'm smiling with ice-cold teeth. Why? What's Kushner trying to remind us? That we've got to be very careful with how we keep this faith. That if fear overtakes us, we will sacrifice our future on a mountain we think God is calling us to do just that. And how we live out our faith with a balance of love and awe, with reverence and righteousness, will determine what we become and how God's presence can be found in this life. I got Simon and Zeb I have to go to a bar mitzvah in, a minute.
One of the things that I think is important is to recognize the stage of life when this is taking place. Abraham was 100 years old when Isaac was born. And when they went up to the mountain, when it went up to the mountain, from what I understand, Isaac was 37, and he was still living at home. So one of the thoughts that has come to me is that if I'm Abraham and I'm reaching the end of my life, I want to get as close to God as I possibly can. And then once, as Isaac, follows his father and allows the father to get closer to God. But at that point, he has to leave home. He has to go somewhere else and start his own life.
Right, and he does just that. Stage of life, no question. Thank you, Freddie. Love you. Zebby.
So this is central to Christianity and to Islam, this story, because of the last verse, verse 18, and through your descendants, the nations of the earth will be blessed. So the Muslims completely redid it. They said, he didn't sacrifice Isaac, he sacrificed Ishmael. We're the true descendants of Abraham. The Christians did it predictive. This is proof text that we are in fact the true children of Abraham, that one verse. And I don't understand exactly why it's there. Why did they have to bring in the descendants of the nations on the earth? They made it, all of a sudden, the whole story becomes universal. Why?
Again, I would say it is coming full circle, Zebby. Chapter 12, chapter 22. It's a circle because that's the initial promise of covenant in the call in chapter 12, and it comes full circle in 22. But your key point is this. The three Abrahamic faiths all use this as a foundational.
Yep.
Because it reminds all of them, including Islam, by the way, that faith is not motivated alone by fear. If it is, it's not what God is seeking. I hope I have discomforted you enough to make you talk about this for at least the rest of the afternoon on this Saturday, beautiful, rainy, and cold Saturday. But just to know, next week, we're going to be in a Chaye Sarah that is going to consider death as homegoing. Exactly the point that was made. So I just finished it. I think it's fun and uplifting and challenging. It's good to see everybody, all you folks. Shayna, hey, good to see you, sweetie. Lots of love.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Thank you. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Bye.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
This is the killer.
Oh my God, it's a killer. You know what? As a couple people said, you walk away from it and say, oh my God, didn't I just excise this chapter from the Torah? Wouldn't that be a lot easier? They just took this out? Oh my God. You know what I love to do. All right, somebody loves to your wife, please. Steve, you're on. Good luck.
There are no atheists in the foxhole.
Okay. Jeremy? Yeah, roll out. Oh,
Tenemos aquí un orden, si no, hay que casarlo por allá, antes de que suba. Voy a bajar a ver si lo da. Hermano, que me trae la Constitución. Aquí no está. No sé, estaba aquí. Los dice, fue a buscar.
Hasta ahorita, más al rato no sabemos. Esta vamos a moverlas esto. No, le van a quitar. No, no, le vamos a reubicar. A reubicar. Ok, para más tarde. ¿Quieres que la limpie de una vez o después? Ah, sí, está frío. Está frío. Aquí está tibio, pero el área de allá dejaron las ventanas abiertas las maestras. Está. Afuera está. Tenían que cargar. Sí. Sí, porque mañana, ojalá que no, porque si no nos va a tocar feo, porque hay que reubicar todos los cuartos. Sí. Bueno, regularmente es el 10, el... All right, guys. Marvin has my cup. I love that. Thank you, sir. No problem. I think, this is the reserve one, right? This is not mine. Yeah. Oh, no, it says Rabbi S. This is mine. Rabbi S is me. All right. You guys had it. You were hiding it from me. Okay. Thank you. Enriqueta.